Hello. Hello.
I thought JRPG was as funny as I was gonna get, because we already have JRPGs, and yeah, to have something as a JRPG, borrowing the French je, so then that way it still uses the letter J for JRPG, but just going je, pretty good. Besides, Jack, you are absolutely enjoying the game, aren't you? Got like you are having like anytime I see you like popping up in my little notifications at the brain, you can do it. Where's my brain at? Yeah, you can't get a bimbo rating because you set your pronouns to he, him, Shinzo. Where's my brain at? But yeah, Jack over here, Jack the Crow, has been doing like all sorts of fucking like video game playing when they have free time. And is it for Monster Hunter Wilds helping me out or helping Code the Yoshi out? No, it isn't, because Jack the Crow wasn't even blah 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 blah. Jack wasn't even following Code the Yoshi then. Instead, they just off playing fucking Clair Obscur Expedition 33. And I was like, God damn! I want to play Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I want to play the JRPG myself, thank you very much. I picked up so many new games, like, during the week that I had off. In the countries with Slavic languages, there's your father name after your name and surname and your ID. So if your father was Himbov, it is Himbovich if Roman. Himbon... if it's Roman... Romanovich. Weird naming scheme. Is it kind of like how there's Clark and Clarkson? Like how Jeremy Clarkson like came from fucking Yorkshire, and like most people in Yorkshire were like clerks or financiers, so everyone was just named Clark. All right. Is there anywhere else I need to post? I think... Where's my brain? I am almost done. I just need to do the thingy-majiggies. No spoilers, you'll figure this game out. Oh! I absolutely believe I will, Jack. Because in the last time I streamed this was like a few weeks ago, and let me tell you, I have the achievement for being able to finish a boss fight without taking any damage. And you know how I was able to accomplish that? Because I know how to fucking parry in the game. There was like a strong character or something like, if Jeremy Clarkson's father is called Edward, it is Clarkson Jeremy Eduardovic. Oh, so it uses the first name, not the last name. You met the best character, and if anything happens to him, you'll be the next bastard that writes 1 instead of 30-something. Yeah. Alrighty, I need to minimize that thingy-majiggy. This thing is alright here. I need to close this window. I don't need it anymore. This thing is plowing along, doing its fucking best. Yes, it is. It's doing its fucking best. But yeah, so, where's my... Oh, nice work on the himbo rating there, Het, by the by. Nice work, nice work. Proud of you. Oh, cheer up. You were strong. Alrighty. Move this window over here. Close this window here. Keep all those over there. Keep this over here. Did I make Jack a... Yep, I made Jack a moderator, so then that way, if there is the need... They're able to just, you know, go off and do the, They're able to just point into the VC and what have you. Your dumbass sucks at dodging and parrying, that's why you're awful at another crab's treasure. I have gone through... Like, here's the thing. Everyone has seen me play, Dark Souls. Everyone has seen me play Elden Ring. So, like, I don't consider myself a really good player or anything like that. I don't think of myself as, like, you know... peak or anything like that. I consider myself average. I'm pretty alright as far as you're still at work, lol. Damn. They got you working down the fucking bone. Alright, which one's the... Oh, this is the sprint. Cool. They have you working down the fucking bone. It's absolutely disrespectful.
This building has a certain...
Here we go. Alright, so I've done the first hit. Alright, so we get to do our first strike. So I'm gonna have you do just a standard attack. Same as you. And then... So you're stanceless right now. I need to get practice in because I'm losing.
Get ready.
Yeah! Get fucked.
A storm is coming.
So yeah, so I was trying to figure it out, and then I suddenly figured it out. Alright, staggering aim and... So we got this weird thing. But yeah, like, okay, so bumper is to parry, B is to dodge, I believe. Alrighty. Our options are... Ooh, hello. And then... We shot at a weak point.
Take him down.
It's all about the timing. Damn it, didn't get perfect. Wait, what the fuck was there? They made it look like as if there was something there, but okay. Low fire melee damage applies defenseless. Low fire 1 hit, becomes weak to fire for 2 turns.
From
we go. The jump is a lot easier to do. Redeems are not working? The hello there was working. I don't know why the fish isn't working. It's right, like... Fish at Sir Dragon. Malay, my beloved 9,990. Does she do, like, a lot of damage? Is that... Does she do, like, a lot of damage? I've seen, like, someone, like... Everyone loves making one-shot builds in RPGs. Like, I know people did it in Elden Ring, so I'm honestly curious if... So, did they do that with Maralay, where it's like... Hey! She can put numbers in the millions? Oh, okay. Damn. And then... Let's get you staggered.
Let us stain them. Rise!
Perfect. Nice, nice, nice.
Lunde, watch out!
Danger! Dodge stuff. I'll do it.
I was using right trigger.
Dodge stuff.
There we go. I need to remember it's right bumper, not right trigger. There we go. I know there's like an auditory cue as well, which is the annoying thing. But I don't want to lower down the music either. I don't want to lower the music. Try Ellie. Or My Ellie? Is that where her name is? My Ellie? Like, I know they, like, you know... Alright, here we go. They said her name in the past, but yeah, didn't catch it.
A storm is coming.
There we go. Alright, let's see if I can... Darn it! I mistimed it for the second one. Ella. Or L. Mayel? Okay. I'll hear it again at some point. We're gonna get a cutscene or something or rather, and we're gonna fully understand, like, you know, what her... how to pronounce her name properly is. Alright, give us this.
Nice.
Consume to give an additional Lumina point. Sounds good. Crazy fucking trees. Oh, hello, bomb boy. You're doubting. Eh. It's your prerogative of whether or not I understand how to say the names. Alright, always get our initial hits in. That way we get to have first strike.
A storm is coming.
Let's see. I need 5, applies burn.
My sword is death.
There we go. Alright. Nah, blocking too soon. Nice.
Let us stain them. Feel the burn. Dodge, Gustav.
Alright. 3, 2, 1. 1. There we go. So she's now got the defensive stats, and Swift Stride would be useful on you.
From fire.
And then, fuck it, let's do Overcharge.
I guess this will do.
I remember there was like other, like there was these bigger guys we could be fighting or something. Also, what the fuck papers are these? So we're like at a random, so we're like, so this is a portion of Lumiere, but like this is on the island where the Paintress is. I have not played this game in like over a week, so I'm probably going to be lacking in some of the knowledge and what have you, unfortunately. There we go. So we got this place here. And then oh, it's so then that way if we wanted, we could double back. Okay, cool. And there's a giant guy over there. Like, Jesus Christ, he's probably going to be a boss.
This will be useful.
Alright. And then there's another guy. There's an interesting fellow over here. With, like, a lot of our dead. Who are you? The Chromatic Troubadour.
Parry.
Yeah, that's painful. Let's do a marking shot. There we go. And then a low electrical critical hits trigger an additional hit, consume. Alright. 3, 2. Okay. This motherfucker. It's interesting, honestly. Because I feel like there is a lot of, I feel like there is a lot of, like, battles that you can go through without getting touched. I did it, like, earlier on, and I reckon I can do it with this guy, too. I reckon I can do it with this guy.
Careful, my ally.
So, 3, 2... Damn. So I understand how to do that one. Let's see. There we go. So there's a weak point in his head.
Chroma is flowing.
Low applies burn. Let's do Ice Lance to slow the target.
Ice shatter.
There we go. Slows him down. Oh! If you miss one, he stops you from being able to do the thingy-madiggies then. Okay. Let's try the Electrify.
Thunder. Crack.
3, 2... More like the most OP character. They got a 40% damage nerf, apparently. I have not been able to experience this yet, because this is still relatively early days for me. You're still managing to get on her first attack? But you know why it's absolutely needed. Yep, understandable. Can I... So I can avoid the guy entirely.
Nice.
So yeah, let's give this a try.
Brace yourselves.
3, 2... And that's him out of the way. So that does offensive. So applies burn.
Me.
I'll do it.
I'm gonna figure this out, don't you worry. I'm gonna get the pattern down. Here's the thing, is that, as well, is, if you, like, you can set the, Whatsamahuzi, like, really low, because most attacks will have a Whatsamahuzi queue. There will be an auditory queue with a lot of, attacks. Music is supposed to be 100%. It was not at 100%.
Careful, my ally.
Darn horn.
Feel the burn.
Damn it. Wasn't able to counter that.
I'll do it.
Ah, I wasn't able to do that right. But I heard I know the noise. Marking shot. And then, so we got a burn. Consumes for the hit. Heals the target ally and dispels status effects. Ah, but I can't apply it to, Whatsamahuzi's. I'm gonna give it to him. Cool, cool, cool.
I'll do it.
Nah, darn it. Yes! Yes, that's a counter. I don't know how to do the trick shot, though. The trick shot I'm having a little bit of trouble with. Excuse you, Don't say excuse you, the music should be 100%. You're not gonna convince me in a game that wants to give me auditory cues that a game needs to be 100% music volume. I will put it down to 0. It's faintly there. It's faintly there, okay?
Watch out.
Maybe those ones are dodges instead. Okay, something was up with my controller then. Darn it.
Let's spill some ink.
Okay, so I can dodge them at the very least. Low increases damage, verbose costs 2. Low fire, 1 hit applies burn on 3. On defense, it does 2 more burn. Applies, reduces damage, taken up to...
Shields up.
There we go. So not a lot of damage to them. Oh, yes!
You can do it.
Alright, let's have a look. Let's go with Spark. Doesn't do a lot of damage, unfortunately. Darn it. How about using dodge? If you're able to get perfect for all its attacks, then try parrying. Yeah. Like, the thing is that I don't know what... Like, there is definitely moments like... Hang on, let me see... Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Resume. We're gonna try keyboard and mouse. Because I've noticed my controller sometimes doesn't do the prompts. Alrighty, so... Alrighty. They made dodging easier due to more forgiving timing. Parrying is a tight... Yeah, I know, I know. Damn. Also, it doesn't help that I... So... Let me just try and get used to the keyboard and mouse, so...
Don't die. Let's dance.
Okay, so... On keyboard, it's a... Partying dies. Yeah. Look. I'll figure this out with, like, the keyboard and mouse, okay? Like... It just takes a minute. So... That will probably help. It'll probably help if I give my characters more health when they go into this fight. Alright, so...
Take cover!
I am pressing E! Oh my goodness, what the fuck?
A storm is coming. Dodge
Yeah, controller feels better for... It takes a minute to get used to the time. What the... Control... There we go. Why is this not picking up on input sometimes? There we go. Yeah, it's not perfect. Nah, back to controller. Back to the controller. Like, that one, I have a much better, like, you know, feel for, like, doing the parrying and what have you. Alright. Alright, let's give it a try. There we go, that does a bit better.
Let the ink flow.
Much better, much better, much better. He's almost dead, which isn't great.
I'm ready.
Yes! There we go. There we fucking go. And he's overcharged. Oh, but he doesn't have the things. God fucking damn it. Alright. Switches to verbose if target is burning, which the target is. There we go.
Stain them.
Alright, so we got the burning thing. Consuming does that. Thunderfall. Critical hits trigger an additional hit. Let's give this a try.
Did you see it?
Alright, here we go, here we go. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Oh! Oh, and here we go. Here we go now.
For those who come after.
Oh, yes, and we broke him.
Grace.
Alright, low physical. Marking him increases damage. Guard up, swift stride, derangement. Let's apply defenseless again. I need more abilities with her. Alright, so we got two thingy-madiggies. If they're marked, consuming ice does more damage, which we can't do. Consuming red to generate one light strain. Get you. He's no longer stunned. Damn it.
Let's spill some ink.
Alright. For you! Yes! Unfortunately, he died, but, you know, we got some stuff. Trobodium! No idea what the fucking... Oh, look at him, he's like nearly fucking dead.
Great.
Alright, But yeah, it's funny when we have like
Did
these.
you
Hi
see
there,
it?
hi there, Noah guy. Welcome to the stream. Sorry I didn't see the thingamajiggy. Hope stream with code earlier went well. It did. It was honestly really fun being able to do the doing the Monster Hunter Wilds with him. I really enjoyed it, personally speaking. So what is this game? Explain, because it looks like Final Fantasy. So this is Clair Obscur, members who used to be part of blah 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 blah. Members that used to be part of, I'm trying to remember the, like, Ubisoft, that's it. People who used to be part of Ubisoft worked together to make this game. So it was like a small team, like 33 individuals originally, hence why it's called Expedition 33. And, like, hang on, there's gonna be like a diary or something, hang on. Journal. So we got the 68th, we got the, what's Mahuzi? Expedition Basics. Nope. Fuck. So basically, each year a paintress, like, she writes a number on this obelisk, and it corresponds to, like, the age that people die, essentially. So it's gone down to, like, the number 33. So we're now the 33rd expedition right now. And all of us are, like, 32 years old or less. She's, like, 17 or something crazy like that. She's got way more years before, you know, she would normally go off and do the expedition. Because normally the expedition... So, for example, I think it started off at 99 or something like that, was what was on the painting wall. And the first expedition, Expedition 0, went off to the island. They were the only ones to survive, and they came back. And the explanation we got is we're trying to get to the paintress and stop her painting numbers and having all the people die. Oh, it started at 100? I thought it started at 99. So yeah, so we're the 33rd. So many of us are like 32 years old. So we're like the oldest group. Like, currently we're the oldest group because everyone that was 33 has died. Last year was, you know, everyone that was 33 went off, 34-year-olds died, 35, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So yeah, so she's like in her 20s or something instead of her 30s. Gustav, meanwhile, this man here, he's in his 30s. Alright, where the fuck am... Where am I meant to go from? Because here's the thing. There isn't a map. Like, that's one of the current pet peeves I have with this game, is that there isn't really a map. So, you're kind of doing the exploration, trying to make your way around. You're doing your best, usually. And then... Oop, hello? No, so this is where we were already. Yeah, so... There isn't any... So that's the only downside, is that I have no idea how to fucking navigate this place. So... The math is matching, yes. The math is mathing right now. So we have a random energy tint. So yeah, there's no map to this game. So trying to, like... Maybe this way is where we go? So this is the 59th expedition. If we rest, we can upgrade our attributes now. So, Gustav over here, or Gaspard, I think is his name. I'll figure it out. So he gets, so C grade, so we can increase his, I'm gonna have his might increase, so then that way he deals way more damage. There we go. So you have, like, no luck whatsoever. So let's get you to the maximum. Little Lolita! Hello! Welcome to the stream, Raiders! Welcome, welcome! I hope you're all doing wonderfully. My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. I play through games that are in my backlog or brand new games that I've picked up. This is one of those brand new games that I've picked up called Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I haven't played this game in like 2 weeks, so some of the names and the terminology have escaped me, but basically we've gone to a random French island because we are like the remnants of like a French society, and there's a paintress we're trying to get to, and she's writing numbers on an obelisk, and we're trying to stop her because each time she writes a lower number, the people of that age die. So yeah, so right now we're at the 33rd expedition, so everyone that was like 33 years old is dead, and yeah, we're trying to stop the paintress from doing that. How is it going, little Lolita? Did you have a wonderful time in the Stardew Valley? I knew it. What sin have I done to be summoned here? Lilo, you piece of shit, I'm sending you to Fort Leavenworth. Why would you do that? What, is there something you don't like about all of this? About all of this? Like, look at this. Look at this wonderful body. Love your model. I hope you have a lovely stream. And yes, you have enjoyed Stardew. You love it. Awesome. Cool. Look at this. Not a lot of... I'm gonna be real with you. Not a lot of Lolitas in my circles and what have you. There is a whole ton of like Baras and bears and what have you that are really interested in me, which is really unfortunate because I'm gonna be real with you. I ain't one of those I ain't a Bara, like, you know, I'm not bi or gay. Like, I have to put that out there. Because some people are like, oh my god, a swole zebra for soda. He must love the dudes. No. She said you were playing Monster Hunter. Last night I was. I do know Monster Hunter Wilds. I have been going fairly far. I main in Hammer. Hammer is the best weapon. Alright? I don't know what little... Like, let me do a vibe check. Little Lolita, if you have played Monster Hunter or thinking of playing Monster Hunter, no one tell me, you strike me as an insect glaive or a charge blade user. You look like you give great big hug. You look like you give great hugs and are good with piggybacks. Honestly, I try to do that. In IRL, like, hugs, good hugs, they need to be, like, at least 15 seconds long. It is actually crazy how long a hug needs to be for, like, all the endorphins and all the extra hormones to fire off. Not in, like, a sexual way, but just in a, oh my goodness, I can relax, I am getting, like, you know, all these positive reinforcements, like, you know, good hugs, like those. It looked like they were playing Monster Hunter. You couldn't tell from the stream cap. You do play? I also can't remember what I picked. What do you mean you can't remember what you picked? But yeah, we're playing the French game, by the by. So it's a so instead of playing a JRPG, which is what most turn-based games are, this is a JRPG. You gotta use the French je. Let's see. I am gonna increase her agility. So then that way, because it's C grade, so her attack power goes up mildly, but it increases her speed and her defense, and she needs that. Alrighty. Oh, we can learn skills. Alright, so he's already done the recoveries. We don't have the points for that. You don't have the... Oh, you can do this. Deals a high single target physical damage 3 hits. If in verbose, stay in verbose, and can break. Alright. I can get behind that. Becomes weak to fire for 2 turns. If it's verbose, it costs 2 less. Deals low single target Applies 2 more burns if in the offensive. I'm gonna take out the shield thing, because quite frankly, she ain't using that. Meanwhile, you have all the abilities you've got, and I can't really assign any new ones to you. Also, it's telling me I can still learn... because you can learn something, can't you? Yes, you can. You can learn Wildfire. To all enemies, 1 hit, applies burn, 2 ice, increases the damage. Alright, might as well give it to you. Alright, so we're at the flower fields. And... so that's the light rim. But we can give you... oh, there's levels. Is there a way for me to increase the levels on these things? So, that does physical damage. Free shots deal damage to an additional random target. I do like the sound of that. Then she's got all these pictos. 25% increased chance on burned enemies. 20% chance to burn on free shot. Healing tints also remove all statuses from the target. Let's see. So that's augmented, increased to base damage, which I'm going to apply to this guy. Plus 2% dealing AP to a marked target. 20% chance to apply mark on free aim. Gain powerful for 1 turn on base attack. I'm going to give you this. And then we can edit the Lunaries. So we've got... okay, so staggering attack. So available Lunari points is 6. Augmented aim. Critical burn. So increased chance on... I don't do burn with him. So I'll do this with you. And then you've got 4 points, so... gain AP on perfect dodges once per turn. Might as well give that to you if I don't know what I'm doing. Staggering attack, increased break damage on base attack, 20% chance to apply mark. I do like that one because you can do that. And I don't think we have any cool abilities. We don't have any cool weapons for you to use. So the Brula Rum is going to be yours for longer. Well, I'm gonna head off to bed because I unfortunately have work at 6 a.m. Understandable. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. If you're an Aussie person, nice. Good to... don't get many Aussie people. Hope you have a wonderful sleep. It's like 6 p.m. for me right now, so I'm gonna be streaming for like another, like 3 hours at the very least. You just picked and remember you have blades, but you also have a large blade that you recently grabbed because someone said it was great. Yeah. Sounds like a long blade or great blade. Or great sword, sorry. Long sword and great sword. Alright. What's happening here? A flower? Or, technically speaking, a rose. But, you know. What's so special about... do not pick up the rose. Or do we want to pick up the rose? No, we don't want to pick up the rose. This is a... we're in a field of flowers, or algae, and there's 1 random rose. Oh. Why did we see her for a brief moment? That was our, love interest. Like...
You're right.
yeah, Soph, that's her name. Thank you, Jack. Uh-oh.
It only attacked when...
It's coming.
Yeah. So what's special about the rose?
Dodge Kassab.
Damn it, I should have just kept dodging.
Armor is flowing.
Alright, skills, let's do with you. Hi there, Phantom, welcome to the stream. Alrighty, switches if target is burning, which they are.
From fire.
There we go. Alright, let's have a look at... So, yep, that marks it. And... applies powerful to allies, giving 0 to 2 charges. Let's do the powerful move. Let's give it to you. Because you're gonna be, like, next. Yes!
Ready to parry.
And I wasn't even ready. Wait, what's the music that's being played right now? Yeah, okay. Alrighty, so he's burning, he's marked. We've got a fire thing. Nope. I don't see a weak point. Alrighty. A high physical damage, 3 hits if in virtuoso stance, and stay in virtuoso stance.
This and precision.
Yeah! Alrighty. So he's weak to lightning. And then he grows flowers?
Brace yourselves.
Damn it! Almost got it, but no. Let's go Thunderball, because I have no idea if it's going to... That worked out really well. Alrighty, hang on, so... 2, 3... And then 4? There we go, alright. Okay, so he wastes a turn regenerating his flowers. Alrighty, darn it. Still not figuring it out. Gets you up to 6.
Not giving up.
2, 3, 4. So he puts in a turn regenerating the flowers.
Dodge Kasab.
There we go. Alright, he's got overcharge. Let's do this.
For those who come after.
Nice. And then... let's get rid of the blue ones and see what happens. Because he protects the red ones as far as I know. Medium lightning, taking the red.
Not looking good. From fire.
Take him down.
Go, making you weak. Grows many flowers now. Okay, so maybe we don't want to give him more flowers, perhaps? I don't know. I'm doing alright. I wish I could fight bosses again, because I am honestly curious. Like, what...
Wait! It seems peaceful. As long as we don't touch the flowers.
Yeah, let's not get too sentimental. It's still a paintress creation.
Okay, so Paintress makes these creatures, and they're normally violent. Oh.
Putain!
But he's just very angry.
Maya, what was that?
Maya. Okay.
It felt familiar somehow.
Gustav, we won't understand what's going on if we kill everything that moves.
Look, a red tree. The Gestural village must be ahead.
You got an update on your
You
NTOC?
know what Nevrons are capable
Nice.
of.
She'll be fine.
I don't have a full understanding of, like, the full capabilities of the Nevron.
Fine.
Especially, like, deception and what have you. So, to me, it just feels like, you know, it is what it is, like, violence. Can be used at Grub Camp to upgrade the healing tint. Can be used at camp to upgrade weapons up to level 9. Okay, so we can go to camps to upgrade. Alright. So, we got this random red tree. Alright. Gustav's overcharged skill deals strong damage, but is significantly more powerful when fully charged. Yep, which we figured out. It's all about practice. Malay's Nightmare. Ooh. Who is... Okay.
Still too far.
You're gonna need to get a lot closer, Charlie Cox. Oh yeah, fun fact. That's actually Charlie Cox's voice. I had to Google that, and I was when I was
Being
first
here
playing
isn't
this.
what I expected.
As expected. Hey. You okay?
Death out here's not like death in Lumiere, is it? I thought I was used to losing people. I've have a foster child, right? But not like that. On the beach. That man.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, there was a man out on the beach. The interesting thing was, he was significantly old.
Other survivors.
Like, he didn't look 34 or in his 20s. He looked old,
That's the insidious thing about the gommage.
which we don't understand.
Predictable, almost gentle. It makes Lumiere complacent and accepting, but
Because, yeah, he should have died, like, a long time ago because of the gommage that they're talking about.
death is just as final.
Because the gommage is basically the anniversary of when the Paintress changes the number, and because of changing the number, people of that age die.
Look, if death approaches, I want you to run. No, promise me. run. Especially if we meet the man from the beach. We can't face him. You see him, you run.
Only if you do the same.
Oh, I'm running as soon as I see a strand of white hair, trust me. You won't even see me, I'm running so fast.
Oh, please, you're an old man. I can outrun you any day.
Yeah, right.
Mm.
There was a time when 30 was young, you know?
Yeah.
Sure.
Ah. I wish 30 was considered young in the modern age. Who the fuck are you? Are you in our camp right now?
Surprised to find you here.
Oh yeah!
Missed him.
He's the guy from the
Is it
what's-a-mahoozy.
Toes?
Yeah, he's the curator from like the house that we were in. Gosh darn it. Upgrade expedition resources. The curator can increase luminary points for each character and improve tints by increasing their potency. Adding a luminary to a character costs 1 color of luminaria. There's no limit to the amount of luminaria points that a character can have. Improving tints requires special items. Each tint requires a different item. Improving tints increases their effectiveness. Each tint can only be improved twice. Okay. So... I don't know if I... And then we got upgrading weapons. The list available can be sorted by power, by level, or alphabetically. Passive effects from weapons can't be learned as Lumeria and are only active if the weapon is equipped. Weapons also scale their damage from some of your attributes. For example, a weapon that scales with agility means that more agility a character has, the more damage the weapon will deal. Its scaling power is defined by the associated letters ranking from D to S. Yep, just like Dark Souls. Upgrade using Chroma Catalyst. Upgrading increases their power and attribute setting can unlock new passive abilities. Okay. So, a polished chroma. So that requires polished chroma, and then these just use normal chroma. So that's 103. So yeah, that uses the polished chroma because it's already at level. So yeah, and that's already at the... So I don't have the polished chroma. You... Maybe not quite young, but mid-age at 30 would be a lot for them. Well, yeah. So... So we don't have a music record. This is the 33rd expedition.
How did the Jestrels survive out here?
I'm not sure.
I can't wait to ask them.
Told you Jestrels were real.
You did not.
Well, I thought.
Just this moment finished Clair Obscur. Oh, congratulations, Kiaru! Nice work, nice work. I hope it was a wonderful game for you. Oh yeah, you can get upgrades. Cool. There we go. Alright, make all of you rest. Can I travel out, or... No, I only have the camp. Check up on the others. Oh, I didn't know she had a guitar with her. I didn't think we brought guitars with us.
Been a long time since I've seen you play.
A gestural village.
Yeah. I still can't believe they exist. I mean, what other fairy tales are real?
This is ultimately a war of information. There's still too much we don't understand. Where the paintress comes from? Why she does what she does? Who is she? 70 years.
You gotta go? Not to worry, Phantom. Thank you so much for dropping in, and good work on, you know, new outfits for your OC and such.
But if we take down the paintress, at least that gives future generations a chance to unravel the mystery.
You seem better than before.
Yeah. Holding it together. Shock's worn off. A bit. We can't bring anyone back. But I thought we can keep their spirit alive by pushing forward. And at least there's 3 of us now.
Sorry, I'm just gonna try and adjust.
The mission hasn't changed.
No, it has not.
Tomorrow comes.
Tomorrow comes.
We can change the difficulty at any time, but I'd rather not. I'm keeping to the normal difficulty they ask of us. Darn, the top of my big toe is itching. Why does the top of my big toe itch? Alright, so we're now in...
Did Noko tell you anything more about the village? Other than red trees everywhere?
Noko's not great with specifics.
So yeah, so we were so we started like around about here. And we're trying to get to this ancient sanctuary here. So
We'll just have to think like Gestrels then.
also let me just... So what's these guys? Wonder what it's like fighting these guys out in the open like this. There we go. Go. There we go with the counterattack. Darn it, didn't time it.
Guess this'll do.
Broke him, nice. Nice. Okay, so using the weapons will upgrade them from the looks of it. So that's good, that's good. Alright, we keep heading north. To the ancient sanctuary. I definitely want to double back in this world. Like, I want to, like, go back to previous places and see, like... Because I know there was, like, a detour spot or something that I was like, I don't want to deal with, like,
of red trees
you
to
know,
search.
It
searching.
must have some sort of track or trail leading to the village.
Wait, I hear something. It might be Nevrons. Be careful, okay?
There will be chances to double back. Awesome, cool. I feel like there is a lot of chances to double back because of, like, once you go to a campsite or something, or not a campsite, but one of these things, you have the option of just, like, going back to previous, whatsamahoozies. Like, so if I go to this, like, isn't there, like, a fast travel? Oh, it's not. So I can only do it in the area. So, like, Ancient Sanctuary, I can only fast travel within the Ancient Sanctuary. And I can't climb up there. Alright, let's have a look at you. Well, you're a right dick, aren't you? Ooh, it's probably gonna do something, isn't it? From fire. There we go. Ah, okay, so he's just gaining shields then.
Brace yourselves.
Darn it, mistimed that. He'll flee in 3 turns. Okay.
Thunder.
Plus 2 less. Aw, she's so cool. Alright, oh, it only gives it to... What the fuck? 6?
Careful, Mael.
3, 2... Yeah! He'll flee in 2 turns.
Chronos is flowing.
Not ideal. Alright, so 1 hit, 1 hit. Derangement is 1, 1. I can't do the flurry because that requires too much. And she's only got 3, so... There we go. Pretty good hit. Alright, I'm gonna use an energy tint on you. Alright, what skills do we have at offer? If they're marked, apply something or rather. Let's use...
Feel the burn.
Alright, pretty decent burn. So you do offensive. You got 5 points. Applies 2 more burns. But he's gonna be gone in like 2 moves. Did you mean game? What game? I am so lost, Valk. Welcome to the stream. Switches to verbose if the target is burning. Does 1 hit. Costs 3. I'm gonna have Defenseless apply again. There we go. Ah, 9 shields! Stream title. Oh, hang on. Oh, could this game? Yeah, sorry. Game. There we go. Fixed it. Oh, boy. 5 hits. Let's go with the 5. There we go. 2 to 6. But, she's got, like, no, what's in the hoozy. Get rid of 2. 1 hit, 3. God damn it, that's 3 hits. Did I defeat it? I think I did. Oh, I got quite a lot of polished chroma. There we go. Interesting. And then the recode allows you to do the attribute edit. And then you got, like, weird dolls.
Interesting.
On jump counterattacks? The fuck is a jump counterattack? Ooh, hello. There's something that'll be down here. Thank you, Climber Guild.
This will be useful.
Apply burn on hitting a marked enemy. That is a pretty decent picto. So yeah, this game, definitely a lot of thinky, and I do love that it has me, like, trying to do counters while the antagonist is doing their moves. Alright, so augmented it. So 2 AP on dealing a marked target once per turn. Apply mark on free shot. So we could probably put apply burn on the marked target. And then where is it? Where's the one that... There we go. So there. And then augmented attack is fully done. We got rewarding mark that level 3. Yeah, so that costs 5 to do rewarding mark. And then that's energized jump. On breaking a target plus... So that increases our health and does an increase to our speed. This does an increase to our speed. You, meanwhile... 50% damage. Let's go with energizing break. And then you... You're fine as is, unless... I can do augmented attack instead. Oh wait, no, that's being held by what's-a-mahoozy. What's taking the most critical burn? So, exposing attack. You've only got 1 luminary point, so I'm gonna put it onto you. And then Cruacle. 103, 112, and then that's a 91 with the B rank vitality. Hi there, Staz. Welcome to the stream. Lot of thinking. Lot of thinking. Who's that? Is that another curator of some sort? Who are you? Another expedition. 33. Others have passed through here. Expeditioners, creations, gesturals. Everyone used to pass through here. A place of joy. I miss laughing with everyone. Who are you talking about? What were their names? Why do I forget? Everything is washed away. And then the boy has gone silent. The boy has gone silent. The fuck is he meant to be? A lot of dolls. A lot of giant dolls in this place.
That's a lot of dead Nevrons.
Who did?
The fuck is this?
I don't see
I
any.
think they mean us.
They must be gestrals. They're cute, but they're idiots.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Hey, we're not Nevrons!
Okay.
Feel the burn.
Get ready.
Oh, so there was the symbol to jump and I didn't do the jump. Okay.
Let the ink flow.
I'm ready.
Let's give this a try. Oh, and we're all marked with that.
Let's push forward.
Oh my god. That was a crazy counter when he did his raising shield thing. I gotta be careful of that. Small revival tint.
Merci.
Damn it. I could have counterattacked during the jump. Let's go.
Not giving up.
Dude. Robust Saka past something or other. Skills. Deals.
Second win.
Not looking good.
damn it! So many people died! Hi, little one.
We don't want to hurt you, Patat. Noko sent us.
Arasaka was supposed to be invincible.
If you guide us to your village,
Give me the arm for your, and I'll show you the village. No!
To your village, and maybe he'll make you something better.
Wait, what are you?
Trust me. I hate liars.
I can.
You're better with gestural than humans.
They're less complicated.
They're like children from the looks of it. It's just like, how can I trust you? What if you lie? And it's like, I hate liars. And he's like, fair enough. Okay, deal. No, so those can't be broken. And there's nothing here for us, so it looks like the only way is forward. There's the 63rd Expedition flag. And we can fast travel to the entrance if we wanted. What's here? Excuse me as I take not the correct route. I explore.
Great.
I explore, and I'm going to get better with the combat. Alright, let's see how we go here. Go. Ah! Exhaust is a stat prevents the character from gaining AP from any sources. Alright.
Ice shatter. I'm ready.
Take them down.
Damn it!
Lune, watch out!
Three, two, one. Damn it! Still not get. I was so confident with the timing at the start of the game, and now I am so not confident.
Please survive.
3, 2. God fucking damn it. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2. Yes! Okay. Slowly but surely. 3, 2, 1. Is he just doing a happy little tap dance because I'm dead? Oh. this game is getting me. Oh, this game is rustling my jimmies. It's rustling my fucking jimmies.
Let the ink flow.
There we go.
Please survive.
Damn it.
Let the ink flow.
Let's spill some ink.
Ah!
Take cover.
Ugh. I'm just not timing it well.
A storm is coming. Dodge Kasab.
Ugh. Not perfect. Maybe use a camp. So another polished thingy-madiggy. Uh-oh. And most of us are nearly dead.
Danger!
Please survive.
Not looking good.
I'm okay.
Alright.
Lune, watch out.
Ah!
I can do it. Guard up. And guard. Gustav, don't die.
Alright, so I have to do it at the end of the voom voom. Oh. God damn these guys.
Interesting.
Recover a percentile of your health on attacks is good.
This will be useful.
Oh, neat. Doubles this back here, which is nice. And then we head over back to the Sanctuary Maze. I don't know why, like, my controller just feels like it misses clicks once in a while, but I don't think that's, like, entirely true. I don't know. Maybe just weird misinputs. I don't know. Alright, let's try and go up against this guy, shall we?
A storm is coming.
There we go.
Let's spill some ink.
Danger!
Yeah! And we parried that one as well. That was lucky. Alright, so we've learned new Lumiez. There's a random tree here that we can't affect. I swear that tree, like, we're gonna be able to do something to those trees with the character. Was this where I came from earlier? Yes, it was. Okay, never mind.
These things are fascinating.
How do they even stand?
I have no idea. There we go.
Well, that will help.
Don't know how the chroma will help, but it's helpful. Dun 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 dun.
Get ready.
Danger!
Finesse and grace. Harry!
Get ready.
Looney, watch out!
Yeah, not timing that very well.
Finesse and precision.
Ah, I thought... Okay, so we need a... Oh, he couldn't dodge because he was stuck in the thing. Darn. Alright, so I want to try and get that thing. But I don't 100% know how. It's probably back this way if I am a betting man. Yeah. Crawl through here. What is this spot? Ooh, a new
Interesting.
revival tint shard, so that will be nice for the revivals in combat. What? What are you? Hopefully that... Ah! There we go.
Let the ink flow.
From fire.
She is very strong. Not what I wanted to do.
Angyard.
Don't... She is very strong. weirdly strong.
I won't lose again.
Where is...
No margin for error.
There we go. Heal you for a little bit.
Get ready.
Got the first one. The mime has so much fucking strength. Almost, but no cigar. Ah, it's tough trying to like with the simply become a bodybuilder to beat the mime. Like, I don't do too much. I don't deal too much damage to it. Is the thing. So, like, maybe like this one is an honest like skill check of nah, I can't do it. Can't do it yet. Cause she's just there. Yeah, I don't know. Like. Maybe the controller is just slowly dying. Because I definitely have done button presses. And I feel like I've, you know, would have done them in a good timing. And then it just, like, misclicks or doesn't click. Yeah, so, like, the right trigger just stops partway through. Maybe I need to get a new controller. Something with, like, little better.
Confusing.
They built it to make their village harder to find.
Because the thumbsticks are definitely, like, losing their, they're getting worn down at the very least, and... So... Yeah, and also, like, some of this stuff is getting, like, smoothed down. Yeah. Alright, Okay, so we can't jump up. Oop, here's something.
Well, that will help.
Healing tint will. Alright, let's give it a try. I remember seeing someone fight a mime early in the game. Seems like you have to counter parry to do any real damage to it. Ah, okay. Alright, so we don't have to worry about the catapult. Come on.
Let's spill some ink. Flames on me.
There we go. Alrighty, cool. So
Brace yourself.
did not do it at the right time. Destroy the right arm. There we go. Two. What? I pressed the button? Alright. Counter works, thank goodness.
No margin for error.
I could say the mechanic, but that would be les spoilers. Yeah, don't tell me too much. Like, I want to get behind... Like, I love the counter parrying system and, like, learning as I go along. It's, like, I've done that thing with Dark Souls. I can do that here.
Feel the burn.
And then you've got the verbose stance, so let's do high amounts of damage. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Once again! I swear I put... That one was... Like, that one I decided to do a dodge for, and I might have timed it a bit too early, for all I know, but I heard the prompt and decided to, like, yeah. There we go. Gaspard, you do your best. Ha, I'm glad to see Sir Dragon is still with us. Thank you. And then... So there's a tree thing there. And we've got... Oh. This just puts us back to where we were before. So... Okay, so there's probably a way down there. Because of hanging a left, but there's no other thingamadoog. And those probably lead to the village because of the lanterns. So, yeah, maybe we go down this way to get further down the levels. Oh, hello! Another, journal!
63rd, Damien. Damn it! I can't believe we crashed into this. Whatever this massive thing is. So much for Gerald's vaunted reinforced front plates. I can't believe we have to abandon the cars already. We're nowhere close to the paintress. I'll definitely have a concussion. I could have sworn I saw some gestrels running out of that thing. I'm definitely hallucinating. Damn it, Hector. I told
Alright,
you
so...
to slow down!
63rd Expedition had, what's-a-mahoozy, had some cars, but they don't seem to be very effective. No, doesn't look like there's anything in these barrels. Can we go... Ooh, hello. So that's one thing. Oh, wait, no, so that's the thing we're looking to... So that's the second one. Oh. Alright, so we just need to try and get up there. Also, this woman is like a mage, and she just has her fucking feet out. Oh yeah, there's a car right here. How did I not see that earlier? So how the fuck do I get up there? Like, look at her. She just fucking flies with her toes out. The mime does not require counter parry play? Crazy. Oop, hello. And then, oop. Oop. There we go. Gets us up here. And we can pick up this thing. A chroma elixir shard. Lovely. Alright. The 70th expedition? Cool. Rest here. Let's see. Can we learn any skills? Deals high lightning to all enemies. One hit can break. If target is broken by the hit, overcharge is fully charged. Ooh, I do like the sounds of that. It's a shame that he only has like 6 slots. Applies powerful, does the recovery, deals medium damage. I'm gonna remove the recovery. And then, let's see, you've got 3 points, but we already got the virtual. Apply shield, reducing damage, turns me into a thingamadoog. Switches to virtuos if target is burning. If in virtuos, cost 2 less. I haven't unlocked those skills. Offensive switch deals low single damage, applies defenseless for 3 turns. 1 hit uses the weapon's element. 3. Yeah, no, you don't have anything for me. You don't have anything for me. Alrighty, so you get C grade because of defense. Gonna upgrade you, and I'm gonna give you a little bit more health. Actually, put you to 8, and then this is C rank, so I'll get you to. And you, meanwhile. Oh, you get a B on defense, and I put all of you into agility for one of your weapons. That was ill-advised. Oop. Oh, so this gives me like a shortcut or something. Okay. Alright, so that's the 70th. We're able to get to here.
Zombie alert! Zombie alert! Ultimate weapon! Kawa umano. Bogi bogi. Ultimate sakapatate. E bogobo. Odi. Loku. Loku.
Are they just speaking French?
We must be getting close to the village.
And that's the ultimate.
What you do? Bagi bagi. Ultimate creation.
Kinda looks the same as all the others.
Even more invincible.
Cocky, Mael. Look at its equipment. That looks a lot more dangerous than the others. No, seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Brace yourselves.
Ow, I was meant to jump on that one.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
Somehow I parried that.
Brace yourselves.
Okay, so the parry can so the jump counter can stop it doing further. Maybe there's...
Careful, Mael.
Damn it, I thought I parried that. Ah! There we go. go.
Not giving up.
Ding dong.
Finesse and precision.
Take him down.
Oh, another raid! Hello, Ripper! Welcome to the raid! Oh, damn it! I missed the parry. Notices your FRPG? It's JRPG. And I'm trying to parry with my controller, and yeah, I'm not 100%. There we go. That counterattack worked. Yes! I'm getting the auditory prompts right. Overcharge.
For those who come after.
Alright, there we go. His weak shoulder is exposed. There we go. Arm is broken. That should hopefully make this just a little bit easier.
I won't lose again.
Get ready.
Ow.
Lune, watch out.
Let's push forward.
Alright, items. Revive this person. And two of my characters died. God fucking damn it. This isn't going too well. Ah! How was Dead Zone Rogue, by the by, Ripper? Rest, fast travel, learn skills. Alright, let me have a look at my, my what's-mahoozy things. So, let's clear all three of these. So empowering attack costs 10, exposing attack costs 10, base attacks apply defenseless on. Gain powerful for 1 turn on base attack. So empowering and exposing is probably what we want. So yeah, empowering and attack lifesteal recovers on basic attacks. That's not useful for Gustav. He's got some pretty decent things. But yeah, you had a fun stream, but you're gonna de-stream. Brain is crushed at the moment. Understandable. Not to worry. Thank you so much for raiding in here, and I hope to keep your viewers occupied while I figure out how to play this JRPG and possibly, you know, do the parrying well. Let's see. Where is augmented attack? So, empowering attack is 10. Burning mark is 15. Exposing attack is 10. So, where is exposing attack? Okay, so you got exposing attack right now. So, I'm gonna go with augmented attack for you. And to apply mark on free aim, 50% thingamadoog. Gain on perfect dodge. On dealing damage to a marked enemy. I'll give you the AP because I'm usually doing shots and what have you. Base attack applies defenseless for 1 turn. I've already got you doing some interesting nonsense. +3 on breaking target. That's not helpful. Base attack. Maybe I could go with giving you base attack back there. 50% increase break damage on base attack. See, that doesn't help out as... Oh, and then there's all these hang on. Alright. Let's increase your let's see. So Burning Mark can increase your health and defense, which is probably a good idea. And then... Yeah, so you're about... Alright, so you're using all 12 of your thing. You've got 2 available, which we can't turn on in anything. We could turn off the Dodger to give you on breaking target. Just so then that way you have that as a possibility. You've got 5 points, so we can either do Healing Tints, also remove statuses, Energizing Jumps, plus 2 AP on dealing damage to a marked target, plus 3 on breaking, 25% increase on burning targets. That one, honestly, is probably a good one for her to have. Let's see. So Vitality is C, and I don't have too much Vitality on her. This one is using Luck and Agility more. You've got way more Might. So this is using Defense and Luck. This is using Vitality and Agility. This is using Vitality, and this is using Ability and Luck. So it might be better going to this one for the physical damage. This is using Vitality and Defense. And I need... And one of these was doing Agility, which was this one here, the Lighterum. This might be the better one to use. Because it does Fire Element. And it has the possibility of upgrading still. Alrighty. And then, so yeah, those are all our weapons. These are our Pictos. We got quest items, an old key for an old door, and a weird Picto. And then we've got these tints. So 4 is the Rico, which allows us to redistribute attributes or skills. This allows us to upgrade weapons to level 3. This allows us to make Lumiere points go into characters. And this allows us to upgrade weapons up to level 9. So this one we'll probably use on getting things to level 3. I'll probably need to figure out the appropriate who to give Lumiere points to, because definitely it would be helpful. I don't know what language this is.
They sound like kids.
We must be getting close to the village.
Kinda looks the same as all the others.
Hey, don't get cocky, Mael. Look at its equipment. That looks a lot more dangerous than the others.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
So need to break its shoulder, so then that way we don't have any trouble.
Lune, watch out!
Alright, so it has a weakness to fire. Marking shot.
I'm ready.
And then... Swift stride. There we go. Did that incorrectly. There we go.
Let's push forward.
So we need to get him to drop his arm. And we need to do like a high amount of what's-a-mahoozy. Let's go with the Ice Lance to try and slow the target.
Let me help.
Alright, that makes all 3 of us powerful. High physical damage, but I don't have the points to do it. He's still burning, so... No, I'm gonna give him defenseless. There we go.
Careful, my L.
Yes! Good counter.
Yourselves.
Ah, burn status. Alright, let's dispel status effects. There we go. Alright, he's at an 8. Overcharge and... ooh, Shatter might be... Yeah, let's go with Overcharge. Yes! There we go. Breaks his arm. And then let's go for... There we go.
On me. Let's dance.
Nice. Oh, she did so much damage on the counter. That was insane. Alright, boom. Alright, time to do the overcharge.
For those who come after.
Yeah! Oh. We died once to that thing, but we survived. We got ourselves a new breaker, so increased 25% break damage. Polished chroma catalyst, so then that way we can level up, you know, items further beyond their level. Oh my god. Chef?
Chef.
Is he trying to say chief? And they just don't know the difference? Just the little guy just being like, okay. I am going to give you... I'm gonna change it to breaker. I'll need to have like a much bigger... I'll need to take a much deeper dive into the Pictos, because they do give me status effects increase as well. Like, you know, the increase in so like increase in defense, agility, luck, and yada yada. So I'll definitely need to investigate those.
Nice.
New Picto that gives me speed and critical boost. 30% increase on stun targets. I don't stun my targets yet, though. Like, that's not a thing I have that I'm doing naturally, so... Probably not as useful yet. So... all these dolls. Fucking terrifying.
Interesting.
Can be given additional... so colors Illumina. Very useful. I just need to figure out who I'm gonna give them to. Because we've been sticking with these 3 characters for a while. But we're probably gonna pick up more characters. Gustav gains charges when dealing damage with a skill and attacks, but also when successfully dodging and parrying. Nice. So this is where we are right now. Giant gate over there. go.
This will be useful.
Another colored Lumia thing. So we're done with the bell. This should lead us into the village? Yeah, the Gestrel village. Alright. I delayed giving colors of Lumia for reasons. Understandable. I'm kind of the same thing. I just don't want to end up like, you know, struggling in the first half and such. When it's like, oh, you have all these Lumias you could be applying to give characters like an additional like 3 or 5 points or something or rather. So it is tempting looking up guides about this game for like the early parts, but I don't want to, you know, I don't want to get spoiled just yet. I feel like I'm still early days right now. Alright, so you got 4 skill points. Applies defenseless to all enemies for 3 turns. So yeah, so it looks like you have options to do reapplied current stance and gives... Oh! That one I am honestly going to grab. Because that way, that way I can have, like, my Virtuose stance, like, remain. So that's going to be very useful. You've got 2 points, but we can't really put you into anything of great use. You haven't unlocked the skill yet. Yeah. Now for attributes... Let's increase our luck just a little bit. Your luck is fairly high as is. Let's get your defense and might up just a quick smidge. There we go. But yeah, as far as an RPG game, a JRPG goes, pretty good. First time this life? You got revived at a sacred river not too long ago. You're only 5 hours old? What in the world? My god, these things have a very short lifespan. Expeditioners? Yep. Noted. Doesn't mean I won't go for a nice brawl with you. And that's the chef's house.
It's really a village of Gestrels.
And they call it chef instead of chief.
I guess intelligence is not a prerequisite for survival on the continent. Now to find the chief's house.
You guys are so slow.
Probably the biggest one.
And then we got a Gestrel Bazaar. Nice, nice. Given the comment section of those types of guys, nah, don't bother. They're just dead. Jujubri. Fight the merchant to unlock... Oh, so yay, we can fight merchants. Always fun to fight merchants. Alright, we're gonna go with melee, because she can do some pretty hefty damage.
Let's dance.
Alright. Let's get some points up. Alright, let's put you on defense.
On me.
There we go. I parried. Oh my. Alright, Low stride turns you into Virtuo because, you know.
Precise strike.
Nice. Why so slow? Why is the button... Never mind. If in virtual stays in the thingamadiggy. Yeah! Broken. I thought the fights... I got destroyed. I have stuff you might want to buy. Demonam. Ooh, that's not an element I recognize. I'll give that a purchase. Can be used to upgrade thingamadiggies. Upgrade thingamadiggies. Lumia points. A recoat. And then the critical moment. 50% increase in critical chance if health is below 30%. That'll be very nice to level up. Don't think there's gonna be... might as well purchase 2 of these just in case, and a recoat. It's a barter system, no currency. You can trade chroma, though. But what use do you have for chroma? I did not know that they could resurrect at the Sacred River. You're too young to fight Nevrons. Wah! Traded all of my junk to get this. Professor Champ de Couvet's chromatic legumes. These are miracle vegetable seeds from the city of Lumiere. Sure, enjoy your magic beans. Maybe he's just a jerk. You're worthless. They're such childs. It's just like, I want to buy your stuff. Your stuff is worthless. You're worthless. Ooh. 1,000 chroma. I feel like an amazing sword would be more costly than that. You don't know how to pick your marks, do you? Wrong. Looks like I'm about to give you guys a lesson. Hell yeah! We gotta fight in the bazaar!
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
There we go. He's very... This guy is very strong.
From fire.
There we go.
Gustav, don't die!
Yep, good counter, good counter. Respectable, respectable. Wait, what happens if I hit the light? Nope, nothing happens. I can't do the thingy-madiggy. There we go, keeps virtuose. Get ready. And I pressed the parry too soon. There we go. Alright, let's see how this goes.
Finesse and precision.
Nice. I reckon she does seem like she's gonna be very powerful. And I only had one successful parry in that. Ow, that hurts. We'll trade the things we have. You can even pay with chroma. Pretty convenient. We got ourselves another storefront. Alright, let's see. What do you have in your store? Secarum, thingy-majigs, something. The healing mark. Restore 25% health on hitting a marked enemy once per turn. I'll need to remember this store for next time. Switch to Virtuose stance on breaking any shield. Ooh, interesting ability there. Chroma Catalyst, Polish Chroma, Colors. We're gonna need to get more Chroma. Hello. Want to help build the next model? Because obviously the check is way too P-brain? How fucking dare you? School? With a K.
Oh, café. Ah, look, mono, c'est au gao. Oh.
Karatom. Are you going to keep attacking us? Then no. Alright, how can I help? The ultimate of ultimates, Sakapates? The ultra ultimate. Something that will make it ultra ultimate? The explosives are not very explosive, apparently. I could see that during our fight, you definitely need something stronger. Luckily, I know that it's not only powerful, it's also easy to carry. You want mushroom shrooms, the blue kind. We cultivated them in Lumiere. They have quite a lot of interesting uses. Usinagata with lots of water. Looking for a cavern with a large body of water. Great talk. If the shield design wasn't even our idea, we stole it from a previous expeditioners. Believe in yourself. Don't worry about it. I am getting so distracted. That's great, but could they make these only attack Nevrons? The children are crazy. It's a wonder Gestrels have survived this long indeed. Alright, oh my god! They're gonna have two of them fighting? The fuck? No. That's too bad. We want to break from fighting. We joust. Best game there is. Jousting is still a form of fighting, though. Not everyone knows that. Don't ruin the fun. These fuckers are just murder hobos in a D&D campaign. My kiddo prefers jousting to fighting, so if he ever knows that it's just fighting with more rules, he's gonna have a meltdown. Oh my god. One day, everyone's troubles will be resolved through jousting. I think I'll stick with the old method for now. Oh god, this place. The most boringest neighborhood in the whole village. Keep your scars like a real Gestrel. Interesting. I ate lots of Nevron. It makes your bones grow every day, and every day I feel the excruciating pushing to the boundaries of my flesh. Every day I wish I was not born to suffer this. Man. I'm just reading this so fast. So this is the arena.
Caro parfait! Gestralo! Legge paspa! Chiaffi! Che momina! Kivek! Gaga! Noko! Caffè toro risillo!
Giant feet for fans of Bertrand Big Hands. Has bigger feet than the brush's heads. Julian Tiny Head fan. Good for you, little kid. Oh, hello, another expedition, number 52! So this is where the Gestural Arena is. Matthew the Colossus. Okay, okay. No. Yes. Yeah, we gotta fight them! Oh my god, this is so good. Alright, skill, immolation. So they're not weak to the fire. Good stuff, good stuff.
Take cover.
Oh, I thought I would dodge that. There we go.
I'm ready. From fire.
He's almost dead. There we go. Didn't break his armor, but hey, it's all... Oh my god, I love this song. Time to fight. Just a little twig on your path, don't mind me. Alright, hang on. We're gonna... Let me adjust the volume for the next one, okay? So it's a little bit louder now. Wait, I wonder, if I hit them, will they fight again? Damn. What about you? Ah. The Gestrals are... They are hilarious. They are very much just murder hobo trees. They're just like, ah, we fight. What if you don't want to fight? Well, then we joust. Isn't that fighting? No, jousting just has more rules. No, that doesn't do that. There we go. God, let's see what this village is all about. Jump across, jump across, jump across, jump across, drop down. Hello, big boy.
Mano,
You're not coming. Serious?
arriva. Tu medico. Mano, tu medico.
Ass. After all the effort I did to get up here. Fine. Fine. Alright, there we go. Let's go talk to the chef. He's not a chief, he's a chef, apparently. I'm wondering if this is just a misspell. Hi there, Danny. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. We're going through Clair Obscur, Expedition 33.
Malito de warrior.
It wasn't that strong.
Are you chef? The chef of the village. Yeah, they're meant to say chief.
There are so many questions I'd love to ask.
We need to get to the paintress. Noko said you could help us cross the sea.
Others have passed through here.
Few of the expeditions every few years. Hard to keep track, though. Good, you finished the game for this night stream? Oh, have you played this game as well, and you finished it? Damn.
A white-haired man destroyed it. You know him?
He attacked the village once. You have no boat. Your best bet is Esquire. If you ask nicely, maybe Esquire can take you across the waters.
Esquire exists.
Esquire lives not far from here.
Why? We already defeated your ultimate Sakapatat.
The stranger?
Oh. We'll look around first. Nice. So we get to fight way more Gestrels at some point. Because we have to go through the arena. What's your business? What floats your boat? And he's like, I don't have a boat. These guys, so simple. Lovely. Oh. Anything? Really? Show me some philosophy there. When the sun rises, the plants bloom. Buy my books! Philosophers, they come with like very weird quotes and then they follow up with, buy my book! I wonder if they're saying something. Very a la mode. Find a mission exhibitioner to unlock this item. Stay chic. We don't really do theater, we mainly just fight on stage. Let's dance. Damn, look at this Gestrel bust some moves. At least there's Gestrels doing something other than fighting. Isn't it just a smaller arena? A visionary!
We can use that.
Okay, so it won't let us drop. Alright, okay. Yay! I'm rewarded for exploring. Ooh, a lot of chroma. Nice. Alright. What about you? Laurencio has nothing to say. But this guy's just busting the fucking moves. Good for him. Oh, hey, a door? We saw this door before. These doors are all over the continent. What's with the huge manor inside? So you've never been teleported to an ominous, perfectly maintained manor? Oh, okay. The curator can use Chroma Catalyst to upgrade your weapons at camp. Don't forget to visit him. Interesting. Oh, this is the kitchen. Interesting. I honestly didn't think there was going to be food around here. Like, however long this manor existed. Well, that's not opening anytime soon. Ooh, hello. Ooh. Huh. Oh, hello. I'm probably missing something critical. Actually, maybe... Nah, the old key for the old door doesn't apply anything. Oh! Okay. And this is the 33rd expedition in the entrance hall. Nice. Hi there, Zephyr. Welcome to the stream. I'm just going through the motions. So, we've got that. So that's locked. So where does this lead us? Okay, so it leads us back here into the Gestro village. Alright, so I thought it was gonna send us back to the woods, the sea place. But, okay, so it sends us here. We can go up the stairs. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, does this door open? No. 5. So these are all doors that are locked, probably because we need to find the doors elsewhere out in the continent, perhaps. So yeah, so this room was, what's Makuzi's? Okay. And then there's... Okay, so that door won't open. It will give us the option to. So then... Gosh, why couldn't this place be our camp? It's absolutely lovely and is just kept in pristine condition. back in the Jestrel village. The spade does sound. Games are fun, but no fighting. Color me curious. Oh, hello. Something to pick up here.
Nice.
He's put a lot of work in this place. Yes. Let's say that every time I hit, I have a 50% chance of dealing 100% more damage. What are my chances of dealing more damage in the long run? Higher chance. What? Okay, so I was correct on the first one because like if you have something that's going to 50% chance of doing increased damage and it's like 100% or something like that, you'll deal more damage in the long run with that benefit because you have the chance of doing more. If there was something or rather that was like, oh, the chance of doing less, we'd be in trouble. Alright, let's... Oh, wait, was there anything over here? No. No, it doesn't look like there was. And we still don't know how to get rid of those, blue trees yet. So it looks like our best chances is to just simply... upgrade attributes. Alright, let's get you upgraded. There we go. So far, we got signups from 3 of our legendary champions and a mysterious new warrior. Did I mention the prize is a powerful weapon? So, how about it? Count us in. I'll sign you up as a team. Just decide before each fight who gets the honor of getting beat up. Bertrand. Alright. Let's get her going. Bertrand, big hands.
Okay. Let's spill some ink.
Damn it. What the?
Time to hit big.
I'm doing my best trying to, get him to do the thing. There we go. I'll at least do dodges, because they seem to be the easier ones for now. Ag! Thought I did the block at the right time. Yeah! I've done perfect dodges. I've done successful dodges, but not of the other things. Next won't be easy, I'm sure. Yeah, you count on it, bucko. Alrighty, let's have a look at our gear for the lady. Okay, so that's as good of a gear as you can get. You, however, can get something else. Defense and ability. Your defense isn't too high, but your ability is okay, because we have it on the B. And it's a level 5. Yeah, and you don't get any bonuses. You do, however. Cover on base attacks, deal defenseless for a turn, apply burn on hitting a marked enemy. Let's change you to critical moment, just so we can get some use out of you. And we've got 2 points we can apply into something, which is probably going to be staggering attack. Holy crap, 15 points to do lifesteal. Goodness gracious. Definitely gonna put this opportunity to, Ba-ba!
Nice.
Damn it. Ah! I was waiting for the sound, but it was longer than I expected.
On me.
Yeah! That was a good counterattack. And we get ourselves some chroma for it. Oh, she doesn't, like, take any health damage. Okay, never mind. The Colossus? Oh, we're gonna send we're gonna send melee out there. 3, 2, 1.
On guard. That's better. Let's dance.
Oh, good counter, good counter.
And grace. On guard. From fire.
Damn it, he bamboozled me again.
Finesse and precision.
Yeah, she's just full health when we do duels. You'll be fighting against the mysterious new warrior. I hope you're prepared. Otherwise, the prize will go to them. Alright, let's see who it is. Ooh, I recognize her. She was with our expedition. How do they not know that she's an expeditioner? Like, Jesus Christ.
Wait, that's...
CL?
How is... What the fuck, CL?
What? How? You guys? You're alive!
How did you end up here and not...
I was the only one left.
Oh my gosh.
I knew you were resourceful. How did you get here?
Oh, fine.
They're expecting a bit of a show. Shall we?
Oh, she's got an interesting weapon. Seal. Alright, so she does multiple hits.
Spill some ink. On me.
Nice try. You are not gonna have a wonderful time with my counter.
Let's dance.
Increases the speed of a character. Oh, okay, so...
Hit big.
Alright, you're burning right now.
On fire.
Couldn't dodge that in time.
Not looking good. Finesse and precision.
Yeah, get fucked. We did some successful parries, but yeah. Yeah. Woo! I wonder if I can go through the tournaments again with a different character.
Well, that wasn't so bad.
Yeah, it really just felt like beating old people.
So it wasn't so bad.
Am I one of those old people?
One day, I hope. Hey, how'd you end up here?
Good question.
Oh, after the beach, I ended up in an odd yellow forest, not too far from here. Had to dodge a few Nevrons, but luckily I met a Gestrel who guided me here. What about you?
Well, I woke up next to a waterfall and...
We can talk later. Let's get back to Golgra.
No time to lose.
Alright, so is 4 the maximum number of people we can have in our party, or is it going to be less than that? Ooh, Medallum. Do you wish to play Scales tutorial? Yes, please. Alright. Alright. So, Scale can apply and consume Foretell on enemies, 10 per enemy. Skills that apply Foretell generate Sun. Skills that consume Foretell generate Moon. Okay. Starting skills are Focus and Twilight Slash. Focus applies 5 Foretell and generates a Sun charge. Start by using the Focus Foretell to apply Foretell and gain a Sun charge. Oh my god, they give us so many. Dealing meal applies 2 Foretell, up dies if target has 0. Cookie for the Hawaiian pizza! Here's your cookie.
Here's your card.
I thought I, didn't block then, but okay. Give Sun Charge and applies 5 Foretell. Skill gets bonus effects while a Sun Charge or a Moon Charge is active. Sun Charge makes it so you gain AP per Foretell consumed. Moon Charge gains AP per Foretell applied. Twilight Slash consumes all Foretell on the target to increase its damage. It also generates a Moon Charge. Oh my god. Applies to the target. Already has 1 Sun Charge. We'll give her back 5 AP. Use the Twilight to consume Foretell, gain 5 AP, and generate a Moon Charge.
I saw your future.
I thought it was parrying that. Why is it not? There we go. Alright, so we got a Moon Charge. At the start of her turn, it has both a Moon and Sun Charge. She consumes them to enter Twilight for 2 turns. During Twilight, she applies double the Foretell. The maximum amount of Foretell per enemy is increased from 10 to 20. Damage is increased depending on the number of Sun and Moon Charges consumed. Try to make the best use of Twilight to maximize Foretell's application. Okay, so we want to do focus foretell because he has none on him, so we will apply... So twice as much will be applied, so instead of having 5 applied to him, it will be 10.
Here's your card.
There we go, so 10 is applied.
Well, well.
And then we do dark damage.
I saw your future.
There we go. Still not perfect on the... Actually, well... Okay, so I can, like, pick and choose. Yeah, so it looks like I can't add her to the party. Actually, let's get rid of stun boost. She's at level 5 right now. That's at a light room. And then you're running the demon thing. Medallum. Start in virtuo stance. Ooh, okay. Oh my god, her sword is like a fucking katana. It is so... Skill is deceptively simple. The fact that there's a whole, like, giving cards, taking cards to do damage and such, I know for a fact she ain't gonna be simple. No one is gonna be simple in this fucking game. In this turn-based game, each character has had an entirely different fashion on how they're... Like, so for instance, we started up with Gustav, who has an arm that overcharges. So either we hit them once, or we do dodges and parries to do normal overcharge gains, or we do abilities that might have the chance of us gaining overcharge. I reckon he's gonna have abilities that are gonna take overcharge at some point as well. And he does the most amount of damage when he has 10 overcharges when we apply the overcharge attack. Meanwhile, the next person we got was Loon. Loon has, like, you know, she can hold on to, like, 4, like, elemental glyphs or something like that. And depending on the glyphs you have, the skills you play will have a bonus effect. And, you know, different skills give you different whatsamahoozy elements, so you have to balance between utilizing powerful glyphs with utilizing ones that will give you a benefit on your next attack so they become more powerful. And then finally we have Mal, who has stances, which is a little bit easier to understand, but so far Gustav is the easiest one to understand out of the 3 so far. This one is new. Oh my goodness, we are going to have a very fucky time. So she's got Electrify right now. 5 and 2. Deal low ice damage. Ooh, okay, so maybe... Instead of using... Oh, but Ice Lance gives us ice and, you know, color. This gives us only ice. Consume, play a second turn, so that's if you do 2 earth. Electrify does 2 thingy-madiggies. Consume a thingy to create a light. Deals low damage to target thingamadoogie. And then, yep. So yeah. It is what it is. And then you've got 15 we can apply, so... Ding. Staggering attack. Gain powerful, healing tins, augment the base attack, free aim. On dealing damage to a marked target. On free shot, breaking a target. 25% increased critical chance on burned enemies, seems good. And burning shots on free aim sounds like a good one to do. Alright, let's talk. You return as champions! Well done, well done! Okay then, you ready? The password is... Get out of my way!
Get out of my way.
Very gestural-ish.
East of the village, Suniso guards the path. Shout the password as loud as you can, and we'll let you
As loud
through.
as we can.
Thank you.
Gestural positivity is so heartwarming.
Thanks, Chef.
Let's give it a try with our girl. It will be fun.
Ready to parry.
Oh! Let's try that again. Let's try that again.
Ready to parry.
Okay, maybe I'm just lucky with my parries sometimes. So, let's not do that again. Otherwise, you're just going to be sitting here wondering how many times am I going to do this. Stand strong. You were... Alrighty. You sound way too eager about being beaten up. Alright. Can I have people go through the arena? Like, can I go through the arena more than once is the question. That's what I want to know. She's the chef of the Gestrals for a reason. You make a fair point. Aw, the thingamadoogie is over. Darn it. And then she's got 45. The temptation to apply all 45 to her fucking health as a joke. Because, like, look at this. Like, 482, 257, 340, 22, 35%, 4, 2, 3, 3, 20, 20. Like... Oh, she has, like, no defense, though. Although that's kind of funny, where if we just put all of it into her fucking defense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That seems like an appropriate distribution. Alright. Learn skills. So you can now learn... You can't learn anything. What are you on about? Okay, you've got 3 skill points. You couldn't learn anything. You've got 14. Deal medium single target damage, 1 hit, uses the weapon's element, heals self by 40%, consumes all foretell to increase healing by 5% per foretell. So yes, that's Twilight. Deals medium damage, target medium dark damage. Applies 5 foretell, also deals damage and applies foretell to every other burning enemy. Yep, sounds like a good one. Consume per hit for increased damage. Yep, so... And then this is a breaker. Deals high single target damage. 1 hit, consumes all foretell to deal additional damage, can possibly break. I will accept that. Deals medium single target. So, 4, 2... Alright, let me just... Alright, so 2, 3, 4 of the Twilight. So yeah, she needs, actually 1. Yeah, she only has like 1 Searing Bond that does, oh, here we go. It's this stuff. Deal 2, applies mark to target, applies 3 foretell, applies rush to enemies, increasing their speed. We're gonna go with that one. 2 to 6 uses weapons element, applies foretell per hit, critical Critical hits apply an additional foretell. Cleanses an ally of the status and propagates the buff to all allies. Ooh. Interesting. Deals... Alright, so hang on. So let's... To apply rush there. Spectral Sweep deals... Alright, hang on. So... Alright, so deals medium damage, applies if they have none. Yep, so we keep that one. Phantom Bag deals... Consumes all and has a potential to break. Let's go with those. 2, and that's 5. 2, 3, 3, 4. Alright, so this opens the back way. Hopefully this is the back way. Nope. Where the fuck am I going? Is this it? You get 1 hit. If you deal 9,999, you win a prize. No. Yeah, because I can't do that yet. I have honestly... Ooh, hello. Don't remember this spot. Oh, hello! Expedition! Number 52.
52nd expedition. Man, I could barely think straight. Hulking gesture broke my skull. What the fuck kind of friendly fight was that? Oh, I'm bleeding out, but their medic is useless. He just keeps telling me about his bone problems. But I'm gonna die here, aren't I?
That is honestly hilarious. It's like a friendly fight, gets his fucking head caved in, and the doctor is useless. He's like, let me tell you about my bones.
Oh, maléfice na kula fosof na be.
Nope, so it wasn't here. Where the fuck am I going?
Oh, it's so good.
I'm not gonna spend money on an outfit. I'm gonna have to talk to the chef again, because I've honestly forgotten where to go. A nest across the plains. We open the door next to our village for you. Once you exit through this door, go forward. You'll see nest pretty quickly. Is this the door they're talking about? Because they made it sound like as if it was like the back way that was opening up, but... So maybe it's not the front? Maybe it's... Maybe it's this way? So that's the door to the What's-a-Mahuzi house. That's not the same. You're on fire. I know this meme. I know that meme. He's like the dog in his fucking house as everything's on fire and he's like, this is fine. I got that reference. Alright, where the fuck is this door? Is this... They're not talking about that door. Maybe he is outside the normal, like, location? Maybe. This game needs a waypoint or a map. I'm an absolute fucking idiot. Fuck it, we'll get Excalibur from you. Should have known. Should have known it was a kid's weapon, but hey, it was really cheap, so it's not the end of the world for me.
Oh, lovely.
Blah. Blah, 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 blah. Come on, 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 come on. And there we go. Alright, I reckon... Alright, let's go actual outside and maybe that will... Maybe we'll have a more obvious way of getting to where we need to go. Every weapon has unique facets. Find the one that best suits your style. Meanwhile, back at camp...
I still can't believe it. I lost hope after a while, but you all survived.
What was your plan if we hadn't? Be a gestural champion until your gamage?
Well, it was a lot of fun, so yeah.
Noko's quite obsessed with your arm.
Yeah, they'd be insanely excited.
Well, they did a great job designing your arm.
Well, when life gives you lemons. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going through that real quickly because I could. Upgrade weapons. Let's have a look. So this can get upgraded by polished chroma, but it costs like 2 points. I don't think any of these have upgrades to them. Yeah, this one had upgrades to them. So both of these are level... Free aim shots deal damage to an additional random target. Generate a random strain or on free shot. Fire spells cost 1 less AP. Actually, I'm pretty sure I can get these things to upgrade by running with them more often. If I upgraded level 6... So that does 40 points, that does 40 points, that does 40 points, that does... Okay, so they go up by like a little over 40 each time. So physical B, this one uses C. Starting for bows, every burn applied is doubled, burn deals double damage. Where's the orphan girl? Where is she? God damn, this place is like... Oh, there you are.
Maybe you should stay.
What?
It's safer in the village.
Oh, no?
Chance to meet Eski, eh? No way.
Mael,
I'm okay. We stick together.
Yeah, Mae was not gonna be, you know, leaving us, so... Bad move there, Gustav. Check up on the others. Let's see. Tell me more of your secrets. Give me more backstory!
you okay? You've been quiet since we left the village.
Yeah, sorry. Just bad memories.
Wanna talk about it?
No.
No.
People recently died as well. It's not like we've had, like, months to avoid all
I'm glad
that.
you're here.
I would never abandon a member of Aquafarm 3.
Aquafarm 3.
Aquafarm 3.
That was so long ago. You and Sophie were inseparable on that project.
Yeah, we were.
That was a good project. It fed so many neighborhoods at once. Kind of nostalgic thinking back. We really thought we were making a difference.
Hey, we're still making a difference.
Yes. Of course.
Yeah.
Anyone else to check up? Remember the current objective. Find and recruit the legendary Esquire at Esquire's nest. He might be able to help us cross the sea.
For those who come after.
Is just do more damage to enemies with stacks.
I can't believe it. We're gonna meet the Esquier.
Oh, Esquier.
And Esquier. The tales are true.
Do you feel something?
I don't think that's supposed to happen, is it? are you? Wait. Is that Meow?
White hair. Who are you?
Huh?
Alicia, I told you to stay home. It's not good for you to see this.
Who is that man?
Yes. Yes, I understand. It's her fault, and she doesn't even know it. But you can't be here.
What are you talking about? What's my fault? What is this?
You should never have come. You're only going to make things worse. For everyone. Now take your friends and go home. Let them spend their final year in peace. This is your only warning.
I can't wait to see.
Maya?
Hey.
Hey.
Why does she see things?
Hey.
It was him. I saw him. The white-haired man and this woman.
What
Where?
did
What are
you
you talking
see?
about?
Mael, breathe. Slow down. What did you see? Think carefully. Every detail could be important.
He said we need to go home and that it's my fault. And that I'm gonna make things worse for everyone. You were all frozen. I couldn't. It was like a waking nightmare.
It's okay. It's okay.
What
It's
else?
over.
You said there was a woman.
Lune, maybe later.
She had a mask, and
I know this is hard, but I need you to focus, okay? While the details are fresh.
Luna, ask her tomorrow. Hey, breathe. Listen to me. You're safe. Do you understand? Okay?
Hi there, Cage. Sorry, I'm kind of absorbed in this cutscene. I should probably make it so that the next time these cutscenes go off, I should actually be over in, like, the borderless stage. Patanks yield great rewards, but are very hard to catch. Patanks. Alright, so... Alright, so we need to head over to there. But... there's something to our right?
Feeling better?
yeah.
We can debrief along the way. Let's head east to Eskier's nest.
So they've opened up the door here. Oh yeah, this opens the way back up just a little bit for us. So we don't have to go through the Red Forest again. Alright, let's see how this goes. Not a lot of damage, but it is what it is.
I'm ready. for my elf.
Damn it.
A storm is coming.
This was weak.
It's fine. Alright, Gustav, Loon is not up there, but she will be shortly. Okay, so there's something over here. Alright, let's give this a try.
I'm ready.
Damn it.
Let the ink flow.
That's gotta hurt her feet, like kicking barefoot of all things. Yep, the lance arm gets upgraded, which is good. So weapons can get upgraded just by, like, exploring and what have you, it seems. Hello there. Care for a good deal? Yeah, okay. Oh! A music recorder that can be used in camp. Sure. Loon, Mel, Seal. Oh, we can't get... I wish I could fight the guy, but looks like that's not an option. We are going completely the wrong way, but that is the plan. Oh, it's interesting. We're on tilt now. What in the world? Huh. Oh, it makes them look like the artiste thingy. Okay. That makes... Now I understand why it's called that. Makes him look like the paintress in the, like that's near the obelisk and everything. Alright, so what's... So what's this place? Hidden Gestural Arena. Okay, okay. We found something. Expedition number 38 found this. Consumes all stains to deal high elemental damage if the target can break if 4 stains are consumed. No idea what the fuck stains are. Oh, all stains as in, like, you know, whatever color. Perhaps. And then... Let's see how... Let's see what this hidden arena is all about. Hello. Show us what you got. Let's try... Let's try the big muscle guy first. Alright, so burning doesn't affect them. Oh, it hits you for quite a bit.
I'll do it.
Damn! He hits hard. Who will we... Let's use you. And... Fuck it, let's go with the Colossus. Okay, so the Colossus is apparently the weakest here. There we go. Good counter, good counter.
Feel the burn.
Once again, he does the little wind up, and I get, you know, bamboozled by that. Slow him down. And... let's go with the Electrify. Damn it. Didn't block it in the right timing. Let's go with... increases damage, increases damage.
I'm ready.
There we go. That was a lot better.
A storm is coming.
Oh, okay. While fighting alone. Can you do... Alright. Yeah, he hits hard.
That hurts.
Dodge. And a dodge.
Let the ink flow. Ice shatter.
There we go. Darn. It's definitely... I do hope there is a way to be able to do like greater amounts of fast travel, because I would love to head back to this. Morning, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. Welcome, welcome. I don't see you very here often enough, but I appreciate you coming along. So we found a secret arena, so that was pretty cool. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo Araxiel. It's going to be very useful as we go up against all kinds of different monsters. Who's this? Okay, he's no one. Oh, these guys are back. Let's fight them. Let's get a little bit of thingamadoogies. I'm practicing Clair Obscur.
Let the ink flow. Earth, rise.
Ah, almost got them all killed. And he attacked slowly. How's gaming? You had to pause because your 1650 was choking on this game. Ooh. That might be a bit of an old game, bit of an old graphics card, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm sorry that a 1650 doesn't let you play the most recent games. I honestly wished that 20 series graphics cards were still, like, 30 and 20 series graphics cards would be nice if they were still, like, the predominant, like, you know, majority of people's graphics. Unfortunately, like, a lot of developers are like, oh, you need to use, like, the 40 series. And I'm like, the 40 series hasn't even been around for 2 years. What do you mean, like, recommended specs is, like, the 4060? How have you not, like, let it be, like, the 30 series at least still for, like, you know, give us, you know, 4 or 5 years. I got it 4 years ago, and it was almost impossible to get a 2,000 or 3,000. Yeah, there was problems getting, like, you know, a 3090 or 3080 kind of stuff. Alright, and then, oops. Can't do that. Go.
Rise!
There we go.
Precise! Strike! Dodge Kasab.
So, almost. Damn it. I'm not getting the timing right without when the music is this loud. And people like the music. If I make the music, like, really low, I can kind of hear the audio cues, because before I was having it, like, here. There we go. Hello, Gelty! You got your GPU in 2021, where a 6090 XT and a 3060 were the same price. Oh my goodness. NVIDIA cards were super marked up because crypto mining and NVIDIA denying supplies. It was a real fucked up time, 2000 and 2001 for supplies. And then, for whatever reason, NVIDIA has just been going absolute fucking ham on the AI. AMD is kind of getting into AI stuff with FSR, but they're not going as far into it as NVIDIA are. But the problem is that NVIDIA got to the party first. They became, like, the majority market for desktop and servers. What the fuck happened there? Why did I get another thing to do? But yeah, there was, like, oh my goodness. Like, NVIDIA's just sort of, like, you know, settling the trend, which isn't too great. But the thing is that they did sit on their, like, on their laurels for a little bit too long. Like, they fucked up on some driver updates most recently, and given the popularity of the 40 series in terms of, like, you know, performance uplift, even with the crazy fucking prices they gave it, it was still a pretty decent uplift. The 50 series, they tried to be modest with the price increase, and the uplift is not the same. So, like, they're definitely having issues here and there. AMD, as always, doing their CPU shit. They're doing their GPUs. They're not really got something to compete with the 3090, which is probably like one of my bigger bummers. Like the 90 stuff, so like the 5090, 4090. I'm still running my 3090 right now. I want to try and get as much time out of it as I can. As much as I would love to have like 144 hertz on 1440p games, there's a number of games like Doom the Dark Ages where apparently according to the the stat sheets, they're not going to be able to get like, 144 like frames a second unless you do DLSS stuff, which I'm not a huge fan about. I don't want to engage with AI shit. Mostly stream/play retro games anyway, but so many new games are so cool to play that I have to like this one. Oblivion Remastered and new being released. Yeah. You make those attacks and dodges flow before you start being crushed. Yeah. Gotta try and... Sastro sometime soon. You seem pretty lost to me. You can stay at our camp if you like. I'll call for Sastro in the meantime. Alright, cool. So we now have a Gestrel at camp. And... Esqui's nest. I still don't know how to pronounce his name properly. I feel like I need to general update my PC, but yeah, no. The most unfortunate thing is the fact that as far as like PC upgrade recommendations go, unfortunately all of it is like, unless you have the funds to be fucking ridiculous, don't do upgrades. Yes, the 9550, like the 9850 X3D is like the most amazing CPU, or the 9800 X3D is a really amazing CPU. It's way too expensive where it is right now. Motherboards are expensive for it as well. RAM is expensive. The only thing that isn't like an exorbitant price is like SSDs. And that's because there are so many fucking vendors that are getting into flash drive storage that SSDs have to be fucking competitive. I feel like with CPUs, it's like you've got AMD, you've got Intel. Snapdragon isn't going into like the desktop support market because, why the fuck would they? The money is in mobiles, like by a long shot. GPUs are just fucked. Even trying to get, like, low-level GPUs... So, like, what I mean by low-level, but I mean, like, budget GPUs. AMD is... But, like, they can do budget, they can do mid, but, like, cost in terms of budget doesn't do too well. Intel, meanwhile, with their Battle Mage cards, have done quite well for themselves. But it does have the caveat of... You need modern CPU, otherwise the budget build isn't going to perform as well as you hoped, and it's not because of rebar, it's something else to do with the CPUs, because even CPUs from like AMD that have like where they've updated the microcode to allow for rebar like nonsense, the GPU is still slow on those CPUs as opposed to more recent CPUs. So it's obviously not rebar, it's something else that the CPUs are doing like machine code wise. And yeah, like it's tough trying to come up with a cheap PC build. Like there used to be decent, like you can create a 500, like there used to be this thing where
Golgra said to shout the password as loud as we can. Well, Gustav. You're the loudest.
Why do I imagine he's going to be very loud?
Hey.
Come on. Don't be shy.
Get out of my way! Jeez.
No. It's just it's the password.
God damn it, the chef was an ass.
I am very sorry. It's just that Golgra told us that's the password, and
Come on, it's a gestural. He'll have forgotten in about a minute.
I'm sorry.
No. Just a soft no. But yeah, so there used to be a time where, like, I don't think I'm crazy, but like back in 2010s and even the 2000s, you could create like PCs that were competitive against the consoles and did like just as good or better performance than the consoles for $500. It was a constant thing where the PCs you built were supposed to be competitively priced to consoles. Nowadays, however, if you want people to like play modern video games, like it's honestly weird, like get a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox. Like the reason why I point out why the Xbox I still consider like a potentiality is because if you don't have a PC, the Xbox Game Pass is probably one of your better ways in terms of cost, depending on how many games you go through in a month, in order to, like, you know, get a bang for your buck as a consumer. Yes, it's been going up in price. Yes, they've recently made the Xbox Series X the most expensive console in the console generation right now. But, like, honestly, I don't know if anyone has made any competitive build guides with not going with like older CPUs that are like, oh, they're no longer in production kind of stuff, but like modern CPUs. I don't know if someone has made it with modern parts with like released stuff on, hey, here's an Xbox PC that is like, you know, competitively priced or something like that. Maybe they have now because of the recent pricing, but I don't hear of it. The Xbox Series is expensive. Yeah, there was a recent price hike for the Xbox Series X 1 terabyte special edition. It was like it was a news thingy-majiggy like a week or two ago. Honestly, yeah, I only tried Xbox Pass recently, but seeing Clair Obscur or Oblivion Remaster on Game Pass, it's tempting with it's tempting with budget tight. Yeah, it is. Like for me personally, I went through like I picked up 4 games from it during April going into Maine.
Feed on light.
Are you okay, Maya?
I don't know. Getting a bit of deja vu again.
The light here. It feels a little... I don't know. Yeah.
I wonder, can we like shoot the lights? No. Alrighty. But yeah, so like maybe you can look it up, Ripper. Like, has someone created a build guide with current released hardware on, you know, something competitively that's like, oh, you can play Spider-Man 2 you can play Spider-Man Remastered on the PC with quality similar to the PlayStation? Because I feel like that used to be a regular thing, like, prior to 2020s. Very lovely here. All kinds of chandeliers and flowers, too.
Great.
Okay, interesting that we can just, like, walk. I thought that was going to be blocked. With NVIDIA cards that people seem to insist on, even though they're always the worst value at those price levels, I'm certain they're not. Like, I think everyone does know to go for AMD, but the problem is that AMD, like, a lot of people... Like, I think the problem is just, shit's just expensive, full stop. On paper, the 750 if the outperforms the PS5, but for only-ish. But paper isn't everything. Yeah, and what's more is it probably... You can't buy it for, like, 400 Australian.
Hello again, my terrible swimmer friend. You finally come to learn to swim?
No. I'm not that fond of water.
Actually, that's sort of why we're here. We need to cross the sea. Olga said you could help.
Mon ami, a rolling stone gathers no moss.
Pardon me?
In the stories, they say Esquier likes to speak in riddles.
In what way?
I don't get it.
We really need to cross the sea. Would you please help us?
There's a lot of you to carry. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. I will need Flory,
Who's Flory?
one of my rocks.
Rocks.
See? Flory helps me swim. But Flory was
I
stolen by my arch nemesis. The one whose every step shakes the foundation of the world. The one known as Francois.
Francois?
Let me guess. Francois is located deep in Nevron-infested territory, right?
Oh no.
Oh, you can.
He's right next
Can, but
door.
it's your mileage may vary thing with how PC games are optimized packages made versus PS5 versions.
Okay.
Yeah, no, like that's a
Guess we could take a look.
like that is a thing. I am like aware that PCs like there's a variance on how well they perform because
Bring Flory back to me.
like there are games out there like for example Monster Hunter Wilds has some issues. Like, it performs just as well on PS5 as it does on Xbox and such, but in order for it to run on PC at, like, you know, 30 frames a second or something like that, it's like, you kind of want to go for a little overkill. So, like, you'll need gear that's a little bit better than what you would find in PS5. But then there are some games, such as, you know, Repo, for instance, where it's like, oh, you can do that with, like, fucking banging rocks together equivalency. Can I swim? Oh, interesting. So, I'm honestly trying to understand why I spoke oak in an idiom. I wasn't paying attention to the idiom. I was just so focused on, like, Ripper's comments about the
more
like,
information we
PC
get,
building
the more
and
questions I
optimization.
have.
You okay, Sia?
Yeah. Esquier is surprising.
So, yeah.
Perfect.
I've got so many of these colors of Lumina. Oh, Expedition 66 again. I've gone pretty far. So they can be at the entrance. This is Francois's cave. But yeah, I would definitely need to, like... If I had way more funds, it would honestly be interesting trying to make a, you know, trying to come up with a PC parts list and doing the experiment of, like, oh, can you make, like, a, you know, a competitively priced PC and just... Who's this?
You can't just walk into someone's home without knocking. That is incredibly rude.
Is that... Are you Francois?
You're a...
It's just a talking rock.
He's a turtle.
I thought Flory was the rock.
A rock? I am not a rock. Do you have rocks for eyes? You certainly have rocks for brains. I am clearly a turtle.
Yeah, turtle.
Over here.
Stop being a meanie. They're nice humans.
Welcome! Hi there!
Side of the caves. Now get off my lawn.
It's okay. We'll leave.
There we go. Welcome, everyone! Hi there, Trumpet Collins. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. I go through a number of games that are either on my backlog or something brand new. This is one of those brand new games. I picked it up back in April when I was like on break from work. I picked up a lot of games there. I got done with South of Midnight. I'm almost done with Blueprints. I picked up Oblivion Remastered. But I also picked up, and this is the game, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. It is an RPG made by a couple of French people who used to work for Ubisoft. There was like 33 in the original team or something, hence the name Expedition 33. It's pretty fun. I quite like it. It's a turn-based game that has like different mechanics for like each of your characters. in terms of, like, beyond the, like, you know, oh, press this button to do this attack, or press this button and get the list of abilities to use. Like, once you get past that, there's things such as, you know, overcharges, stains, so that you can gather resources and use as, like, other abilities for bonuses. You was playing Wakfu, the MMORPG based on the French cartoon. There's a French cartoon named Wakfu. Never heard of it before. Like, I know of... Okay, Tintin's not French. It's a Belgian comic. Asterix and Obelix. I know of Asterix and Obelix. That one's a French comic. I will put it on my to-do list. Wakfu. Oh, it's on Netflix? I don't have Netflix. I'll have to go onto the high seas to get to it and what have you. But yeah, thank you so much for raiding in. I really appreciate it. If you need to, like, raid and... if you need to, like, unwind from the raid, like, you know, go to the bathroom, eat, drink, or sleep, totally understand. You go and do that. I will keep your viewers company as long as I can. I cannot be, you know, guarantee... I can't be certain 100% because it is getting close to when I normally stop streaming, because I try and go for like 4 hours of streaming in the day. But yeah, let's keep on... Oh, I just thought of a brilliant idea for Grant. This Halloween, dressed as... That is always on my to-do list. Johnny Bravo is always on the to-do list, but quite frankly, like, I just need to find time.
We're just here for Florrie.
So, not only are you intruding, you're here to steal? Oh, my word!
Yep.
Humans! Well, over my dead body! Rah!
Weird. So now we're dealing with a turtle. Alright, Oh, he's got a lot of, whatsamahoozies.
Brace yourselves.
Oh!
Let the ink flow.
That is a very strong attack. That's a little bit nutty, I'm gonna be real with you.
From fire. Let's dance.
Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? Okay, cool, I dodged that, thank Christ.
Here.
Alright. 3, 2... Ah!
Ready to evade.
3, 2, 1. I should just dodge moving forward.
Let's finish this.
3, 2, 1. Oh, god damn you! I pressed the button at the right time. Fuck it. We're probably gonna die from this, but let's see what happens.
The elements dance. I'm ready. The elements dance.
Alrighty,
Lightning strike.
Night. Alright, cool. Dodge that.
Ice shatter.
One, two.
A storm is coming. Thunder. Crack! Ready to evade.
One, two. Ding.
I'm ready.
Let us stain them.
Alright. Hopefully that helps them. Oh boy. 3, 2. Good dodge. Attack.
Finesse and grace.
Oh, wow, she does some pretty decent damage. Alright, let's try...
Feel the burn.
Let me paint death!
Yeah! Thankfully, okay, dodging was a lot better of a thing to try and do with this guy. 50% increased damage on the first hit once per battle. That one is definitely going to go on Mel.
Let's put an end to this foolishness. I need to sleep like a turtle.
This man.
All this trouble for a tiny rock.
Yes, apparently a rock that's going to...
And never come back.
Francois, you got smashed.
Yep, you did.
But know that I will never stop chasing you.
He's a turtle, though.
Can't move.
Scram!
Anything I can grab here? Not really. Nothing screams out as, you know, takeable. Oh, but this is new.
Glug, 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 glug.
Sounds fair.
Francois and Esquier are very different from Gestrels and Nevrons.
You think the Paintress created them too?
If not, who else?
Maybe they came from another world.
Well, that sounds a bit ridiculous, let me tell you.
Nice.
Let's see, can I drop down here? Oh, yes I can. Nice. Oh boy, it's a mime. Alright, let's have a look at this mime. One, two, three, four.
I'll do it.
Yeah, we'll go with dodges.
Let us
forward. Let's go with lightning fall.
Lightning strike.
So lightning doesn't do anything. Oh, hang on. Looked like there was something on her. Yeah, that wasn't perfect. Uh-huh. She's got some...
I'll do it.
Ow! So she's coming apart at the seams. Yes! Oh my god. I did dodges and parries then, and that was like a little bit easier to do. Alright, let's try an overcharge.
For those who come after.
Doesn't really do a lot of damage. Alright. Ding. Dong. Alright, here we go. Oof, almost dead. He doesn't have the thingamadiggy. Alright, let me use an item to heal myself. There we go. Overcharge again.
For those who come after.
There we go. So she's now broken. Is it just a game of patience? Ah! I love memes from this game when players enter arena, sees mime, and leaves. Send in reserve team? Oh. Oh! Okay, okay. Like, is the mime just like a really arduous amount of work? Yep, the expedition failed. You have to break its shield with specific skills to deal any normal damage. All mimes work like that. Oh. How was I supposed to... So... So let's have a look. Let's have a look. So the first move she makes is protecting herself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll use our skill for the Lumiere Assault. There we go. So... Nope. Damn it. Didn't do that right. Can break stances or this yellow thingy, but yeah, game doesn't tell you that. Yeah, I know about the yellow thingy at the bottom. Oh, you mean when she's turning yellow? Maybe. So yeah, so now she's like slowly breaking. Let's see. So yeah, none of her abilities can do the breaking, but maybe we can slow her down just a little bit? Just to try and help us out a bit? Alright. And then...
Finesse and precision.
Let me help.
Alright, make all of us powerful.
On me.
There we go. I'm kind of getting the hang of that one.
Lightning, strike. I'm ready.
Damn it! Ugh.
Okay.
There we go. Counter makes her ready to break. Yep, you got Virtuose. Oh, I don't have any more revive tints, so it does use up my revives. Nice, when I, like, die and I come back. Alright, let's see how this goes.
Finesse and precision.
Alright, so now she's broken.
A storm is coming.
And then... Okay, now she gets more damaged during that. Do the Virtuose. There we go. Consumes to increase the damage. Nah, it doesn't do a lot. Still, she has a very large health bar. Low physical, high physical, 3 hits. Let's go with high physical, 3 hits. Oh, okay, she does alright. Damn it.
Let us stain them.
It's not your favorite mechanic, breaking the mine? Fair, fair, fair.
Not giving up.
Take cover.
Ah! Now all I have is her. This is not going to work out too well. Go.
Now was our chance.
What would be... Let's go with Thunderfall.
Lightning, strike.
Doesn't do too much. Yeah, I was using Thunderfall before. Because it does medium damage. Everything else she does is like low, except for... Oh, let's do slow.
Ice, shatter.
There we go.
I'm ready.
Damn it! She's so slow now. Send in reserve team.
Here's your card.
There we go.
I'm waiting.
Oh, that was lucky. Alright. And then we use... Deals physical, one hit heals self for something or rather.
Lady Luck smiled today.
Yes! Oh my god, we got ourselves baguette. What the fuck? Who the fuck gets baguette? I hated that. Oh, it's for a seal. I guess because she was like the only one alive at the end there. God damn it. You horrible woman. You absolute fucking mime. Fuck you. Alright, time to run that gauntlet all over again. Because there's a thing I could pick up. So I'm not going to talk to him. I'm going to do a double back, so then that way I can pick up the thing that's left there. Also get to a little flag and, you know, heal myself. Because, oh my goodness. Also, I'm going to need to figure, like, definitely going to probably try and figure out how to grind in this game. Because, goodness gracious. Yeah, nearly all of us died then. That was kind of crazy. And none of us leveled up because of that, because Sail was the only one. Alright, so... Dun 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 dun! Dun! We run this a ways. There we go.
Great.
Another color of Lumina. They spelt color wrong. It doesn't need the U. It looks fine without the U. It goes consonant, vowel, consonant. Like, it mirrors. It's great. It's almost like a palindrome if they could try. Alrighty. We stole a rock from Francois.
You got Flory. That's not Flory.
What?
What do you mean that's not Flory?
Ha! I never had Flory. Your rock is still on the Stone Wave Cliffs.
He got me good.
Wait, does this mean you won't help us?
If you promise to get me Flory, then we can be buddies.
Can't you swim? We saw you flying just now.
Oh, you're much too heavy. I need my rocks.
Your rocks?
Alas, I've lost them all. I can do much more than swim. I can fly into space. I used to fly all the time with my best friend Verso.
Who?
We'll help you find your stones.
Oh, how lovely of you.
Wait, Francois said the Stone Wave Cliffs. Where's that?
All the way to the north. Just aim for the big 33. Woo! I'll meet you outside.
Strange fellow? Real strange fellow. Find your way through Essequa's nest, which we did. And it says we've unlocked him. Sorry, I just got 2 achievements that went off. Finding his nest and unlocking him. No idea how the fuck that works. Another journal. Nice. 66.
66. Marcel. Damn you, Eskia, and your stupid mushrooms. Your friend ate them with no problem, but it also seems your friend was immortal. That's the sort of extremely relevant detail that you should mention at the start. Oh, stop crying. You're not the one about to die. I can't believe this is the end of our expedition. We've learned nothing and achieved nothing, and we're not even leaving anything useful for future expeditions. Damn it all, I should never have trusted a giant talking marshmallow. Great, and now I'm losing consciousness.
Yeah. He's just like, and now I'm just absolute fucking dead. It's just like, great, now I'm losing. Just slurs his speech and gets the fuck out. Also, can't we pick something up? There we go. Could we... Was there anything down there we could pick up? No, it didn't look like there was anything down there we could pick up, so... Moving on. Oh, hello.
An advantage.
Alright, Alright, so we're gonna get... Melee is pretty strong. Let's get you into our thing. Stun boost, last stand critical, and augmented first strike. And then... Burning... So we're gonna swap burning shots for the energizing start number 3. So you can do critical moment. So staggering attack, increase break damage. You've got 2 points. You've got no points. Alright. Let's give the ladies a try. Oh, we're back here. All mushrooms are edible, some are just... I'm sorry, but that's with the same logic as everything is edible once. Oh, what's here?
Great.
Nice. Probably gonna need to figure out how many of these, like, Lumias I could probably expend onto peeps. Alright. Here we are. Each character can equip up to each Pico, increases specific stats, and unlocks one passive effect. So the Pictos do... Esquire ability unlocked. It can help you navigate impenetrable terrain to discover new areas on the continent. Anytime on the continent by pressing X will help you move over difficult terrain, find the other stones to improve his abilities. Okay. Okay. Odd. But we'll give you a try.
We can use that.
Alright. Hi, Ernezak.
Let the ink flow.
Lune, watch out!
Oh, I didn't bring in the second person.
Let the ink flow. Feel the burn.
I forgot to bring in a third person into the party. And he stunned me.
A storm is coming. Let the ink flow.
Wonderful.
Lightning, strike.
Yeah, 6 times. You're prepping for work, but wanted to say hello. Hello. Good to have you here. I appreciate it.
For those who come after.
Oh, Lance Ram and Cruel Ram go up to level 6 because of that. That's pretty neat. They went up 2 levels. Jesus. So, alright, so if we mount him, does that mean he can... Oh, he can.
Here we go.
Huh. Interesting. Charming and Curly. You know what? I'm gonna get these things. Ta-da! We got some new haircuts!
This will be useful.
Alright, so I need to see... Yeah, okay, now I can add... So now I can add Seal to the party. And if I go to use wardrobe... I like his charming. Baguette! There we go, let's give her the beret, and then we'll keep Mel as Mel. Alright, So, let's see. So this could... So the Lance Arm is level 6 using Vitality and abilities of +8/+4. So 250 versus 272. Alright, let's go with the Lance Arm, because that looks like it will do better damage because of our Vitality and ability helping it out. Because our luck isn't all that high. No idea what that element is. And then we have Noah Arm here, which is our normal weapon that only does, like, boosting on the bees. You're fine where you are. You only got the one item. So you're 114 doing fire damage. 123. Free, do an additional random effect. 2 and 3, 3 and 2, 1 and 1, 2 and 6. Yeah, because I'm applying agility to a lot of stuff. I'm gonna have the Tribarum... Trichim. How about you mount him? Nah! You ain't mounting me. Dunk. Alright, what's this? Expedition 62!
Expedition 62. Urgen beat the rest of us to 100 kills. But I'm still 3 shy. I might need to do some solo hunting if I'm going to even up the score. Oh, I can hear a big Nev coming. They count for double. If I kill it quick, I can boost my score.
You probably died here, didn't you? Yeah, nah, you're dead. Oh, so you need the Esca for the... Okay, interesting, interesting, interesting. Alright, what happens if we go up against you? Oh, we're not getting our first strike bonus. Do have to head off to work, and I'm glad you're enjoying the game. I'll see you during your next morning stream. Not to worry. Oh my god, how many times? Alright, 4.
Feel the burn.
Alright, so we got him burning.
Oh no.
Oop. Damn it, I don't have what I need to do the break.
Attention.
Do I have what I need for the breaker? Yes, I do now.
Lady Luck smiled today.
Yeah, decent hits.
The ink flow.
Yep, I now have the revive tint to use on what's-a-magoozy.
Let's finish this.
He's got nothing on him. Yeah, and I got hit again. Oh, Jack fell asleep. Good for you, Jack. You probably need to have a nap anyway, so... let's see. So... applies to all burning targets. He's not burning right now. That's fine. Hi there, Sage. I am stuck in this fight for a little bit, doing my best. Ooh! 9,000... I did a 9,999 hit. That was pretty impressive.
The expedition's not over. Let the ink flow.
Yes, a little bit more healing there. Yes. Got ourselves a powerful, apply powerful for 3 turns when revived. That's actually really good. Glad I was able to deal with that guy. We got ourselves some more polished chroma to do levels. Yoink. Oh. Oh. What's this? Yellow Harvest? Dodging is easier than parrying. If you struggle to parry, try to learn the enemy's attack patterns by dodging first. Yep. Alright, I am probably gonna go and call it here, actually. Cause, yeah, I need to head... Because I'll need to head back to camp, figure out where I need to go next and what have you. Cause, yeah, he says to, like, go far north and shit, and... I am not 100% certain if if this is, like, an optional area, or if I need to get here later. Because, yeah, there isn't, like, a, cross the stone wave cliffs to find pet rock that enables him to swim. Yeah, so I am probably gonna go and call it here. So, it's past 4 o'clock right now. I'm on call, technically, so I might get interrupted in my sleep before I go to work the next day. Have you considered Mayhem with Luna? I love the ability personally. I will probably have a look at guides or talk to Jack, because Jack has played this game and has gone, like, further than I have, so maybe Jack has some pretty decent advice. But yeah, I will be back online, so if things work out, I will be back online tomorrow night, because tomorrow night, I will be able to play, be able to play Doom the Dark Ages, and I reckon that, I know that's another new game to put on my backlog that's in the new game category, rather than trying to go through the backlog of old games I already have, but I wanted to go play the game, and what's more, it's a first-person shooter. It's probably not going to take that much time out of me compared to all the RPGs that I've picked up and what have you. So, I'm really thankful for everyone that came over here. If you are still looking for, you know, entertainment and what have you, then what we'll do is we're going to go on a little raid. And it looks like someone has just started their stream that I have not seen stream on their account in a little... actually, do I? I'm thinking. Actually, you know what? We're gonna go for Mizuki Nagano. Lovely, lovely streamer. Swole body. It looks like they're playing something called The First Ascent. Oh, wait. No, hang on. Oh, Omega's already over there. That's gonna be... Some of you might even recognize them. All right, we're gonna go and get ready to raid into them shortly. We are going to go with our short and sweet himbo raid message. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you feel like would be appropriate. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all had a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. I will be back online tomorrow night if everything works out for Doom the Dark Ages. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.